have it. Is this the scale?
Yeah, that's all.
Then I'm going to snag this guy.
Actually, guys, I'm going to bring you over here because
Okay.
my 3D monitor is kind of locked up in there. But we'll bring a table to you.
Okay.
There's nothing.
People have to get in and out, no way.
Is that better?
2017 women's quad.
That's what I do.
on. You can see the crews probably about the 250 mark now. Hard to tell who's out in front from this angle, but
Looks like the pack is still pretty tight, and they'll start to separate over the next 20 to 30 meter pylon. Tight racing right across all 6 lanes here.
it's a very tough part in the race, Ali. The 600, 700 meter mark, these crews start to really feel winded, and many times crews are dropped at this point if they're not willing to stay with it.
Yeah, you can really see the pack starting to separate here just a little bit.
But this
I'd
looks like-
say, would you say that's Hanlon looking like they're pushing ahead just a little bit?
1, 2, 3, 4, fourth boat over. I believe it is. Or Argentina. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a
Western
wonderful
pushing
race.
right up there.
And it looks like Western was across the 1,000 meter mark first.
Yes, Western crossing the 1,000 meter pylon first, followed by Argentina. This is a really challenging part of the race here. In the third 500, these guys are really going to start feeling fatigued. They're going to have to rely quite a bit on their technique, sitting up really nice and tall. I'm really counting on the strength and preparation they've put into this as they really start to fatigue.
Another good shot of the beautiful water that these athletes have to roll on today. And all weeks, Thursday and Tuesday and Wednesday, both were really nice conditions for them.
Looks like a tight battle still between UWO and Argentina. And a tight race happening behind them. Looks like that double from Hanlon, which represented Canada at FISU in 2016, and Peterborough.
And here we are coming up to the 1,500 meter pylon.
Looks like Argentina has jumped ahead just about a canvas on the UWO lightweight men's double.
That's going to be a good race from the finish line, right down to the finish line.
Great racing here. These guys are really going to have to think about starting their finish early.
I'm sure the top 2 boats have taken up the stroke rate by this time, pushing for everything they have left.
Yeah, the bowman will be looking to see when those buoys change from yellow to red. They know they've got 250 meters to go. Looks like Argentina is really starting to pull away here.
Rowing well, rowing very well.
Rowing very long. Great battle here happening for second place as well, just behind them, really tight. Peterborough and Western. And it looks like that Argentina boat, congratulations to them, quickly across the line. Wow, that's a tight finish. That's exciting from the grandstands.
Yes, beautiful race. And there you have the unofficial results. Argentina, UWO, Henley, Peterborough, Riverside, and Dawn.
Fantastic
haven't
racing.
finished yet. Haven't seen the times yet, rather, but
Almost a photo finish for second there. That was really tight.
there we have the happy Argentina crew.
Definitely worth the trip to Canadian Henley for these gentlemen.
We will be going to the grandstands at some point, Ollie, to see some of the medal presentation. Last year, and he'll be giving it another go.
Certainly, he'll be racing for gold today.
The maritime crew in lane 5 had the fastest time in the heat, in the semifinal yesterday afternoon. So he'll be one to watch in lane 5.
Maritime Rowing Club is in New York. I believe that gentleman also has a sister who rows.
The aligner would just be making sure the boats are aligned at this point, and the starter will be into the roll call very soon.
Really strong Canadian showing in this event. 6 of the 7 entries are from Ontario.
Yes, we've seen some of these young men race all summer here in the local circuit. Some very good results, some very good rowing.
I'm sure many of them are applying to universities, looking at different rowing programs that they might want to be a part of. I'm sure a lot of them have committed already to different universities in Canada and the US.
There they look like they're ready now, Ollie.
Yeah, sitting up.
Yeah. And they're off.
Here they go. Really great starts there. Really, a lot of guys moving the boats very quickly off the start.
Yes, I did. I saw the yellow boat from the Maritime Sculler have a nice first couple strokes and jump out a little bit.
These guys are racing for the Anthony Tony Novotny Trophy. The trophy was originally dedicated to the U18 men's single in '97, which was renamed the U19 men's single in 2011. Tony was born in Prague in 1953, quickly relocated to Canada, fleeing the communist regime in 1965. He learned to row at the Argonaut Rowing Club, later competed at the 1971 Youth World Championships, the 1974 World Championships, and the '79 Pan Am Games. The trophy was dedicated by his second club, the Dawn Rowing Club, after he passed away in 1996.
Is it covered up? Is the computer covered?
Here we have, again, this long shot, Ellie. I thought this was the 500-meter pylon the first time, but it actually is the 1,000-meter pylon that we're zoomed into at this point.
Yeah, really watching the first half of the race kind of unfold. These guys are probably, trying to stick to their race plan, thinking about their strategy, keeping an eye on probably just the lanes on either side of them, trying to keep their head in their own boat a little bit.
Many of them, a few of them will be pushing hard to try and discourage others early in the race to stay with them. They'll just push and push.
Especially in the single, I'm sure it feels really good to be able to control the race from being just ahead of your competitors.
And you're exactly right. They like to get out a little bit and watch, and so that they can have an eye on everybody. In this shot, you can see the far three lanes, the Maritime, Dawn, and Ridley. And it looks close.
It does look very close between those three boats. It looks like Ridley might have a little bit of a lead on that side of the course.
Well, this is a wonderful race. These athletes look like they're all within a boat length at this point from this angle.
I'd say at this point they're probably getting fairly close to being able to hear probably some of their teammates, maybe their coaches, as they approach kind of the Henley Island stretch. Will there be a lot of encouragement for them?
So you walked in through the audio, right? So the mic's good, right? You walked in through the audio, correct?
Wow.
Still very tight right
It
across.
is. There's 5 scullers right there in the same shot. We're still looking at it on a little bit of an angle, but as we come closer to the 1,000-meter mark, it'll be a little more apparent who's out.
Looks like the sculler from Guelph, Spencer Keelar,
Yes.
pulling ahead. He's got a little bit of open water on the rest of the field.
Spencer was on our, we're out of the shot right now, Spencer was on our Canamex team
Oh, fabulous.
and competed for Canada in early July.
Still looks like conditions are hanging on. A little bit of a tailwind. Water's very flat. Should produce some really fast times today.
Kevin, I don't need you there, I need you here. To all link to me. Don't do that, I need you here.
And this is the shot again from the 1,500-meter pylon. The athletes are coming up to the 1250 mark, which is very close to where the trees jut out there. Still looks like a great race.
Really? Where's that? That was the camera. That's not a shot.
And I think Spencer's still out at this point. Looking very strong.
Took a little look over there. He's not totally certain if he's got this, so he's just making sure he's got control of his competitors a little bit. I think he sees the sculler from Maritime also going with him.
This is an excellent race. And there we are looking
Guelph's bow ball crossing the 1,500-meter mark first. Maritime close behind him in second.
and I think the Dawn Rowing Club was third.
Believe.
William Santee, third across the 1,500-meter mark.
One more?
And here they go down to the last
Actually, give me one more. Give me one
300 meters now.
more. Oh, yeah, There you go, that's it.
the end of the bridge.
Okay.
Well, it's out of our
So we're
picture
on
now,
the
but that's
right
about the
thing. Right.
250 to go. As you say, where the orange, where the buoys turn into the red buoys.
Yep, these guys are definitely sprinting now. They're starting to bring up the stroke rate.
There we go, get ready to cut. Got it. All right, take it. There you go. So Pierce is also gonna be on this one too, so,
You can see there, they're into the red buoys, less than 250 meters to go.
give me a wide on the winner. Give time, give Pierce.
At this point, they're just racing with everything they've got on every single stroke.
There he is, he's off stage now. When did you get it? See it, but I can't.
Not an easy win here at all. Really, everybody in the field sticking quite close together.
Maritime has made a really good push in this last part of the race.
Who's the guy? So who's above you? Oh, that's the one.
Even Pierce shooting the finish, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like Maritime's got control of the field here.
He's gonna go a little closer back there.
Wow, what a great race between Maritime and Guelph.
Up to 8, he's gonna focus.
Looks like Don finishing third, Ridley fourth.
Let's go to the grandstand.
Still unofficial.
Can you get it? Yeah. Give me time to get it. Let's put score on. What do they score? Right now? Yep.
And there we have some unofficial results on our screen now.
Just over a second and a half between that Maritime sculler and Guelph.
Kevin, you gotta take wide on my, I'm currently wide right now. I'm just gonna hold this then.
Just get ready, just get ready.
With Don's in the third,
But it's in
Ridley
the yellow,
grad in
so he's
fourth,
still way ahead.
South Niagara, and another Ridley grad.
Fantastic. Less than 4 seconds separating the whole field. That's really great racing for these guys.
Yes, you don't often see finals like this, Allie. This has been a really, really good race. I'm sure these guys are exhausted right now.
They should be very proud of themselves.
Okay, so they have the next game coming up,
Let's-
so I think it's off.
No, yeah, take that off. Okay, and then give me a wide, Go to 3. Go to 3.
Come on. You're right.
3. There he's on. Okay.
Go to
Go
4.
to 4. I need to get something on.
Just a couple minutes here before we get set up for the under 23 lightweight women's single.
Okay, you know what? Give me 7. Give me 7. Okay, come down. Slowly come down. There you go.
7?
Yeah, I want 7. Sorry. Yeah. Take it.
The lightweight women's single. Oh, here we are at the grandstand.
You okay, man?
And that's William from Maritime
No, it's just,
heading to the dock to collect his trophy.
it would have been so perfect just go like 3 to 8.
Look at that. He's killing it.
And we're just a minute away from the start of the next race, Allie, the under 23 women's lightweight single.
Last year's winner of this event was Carly Zanata. Carly went on to compete at the under 23 World Championships in the lightweight women's single this year, winning the C final in Bulgaria.
I can't hear any of the grandstand. No, I can see them.
And on the video, Allie, we're watching William get his medal. Well-deserved medal, accepting the, as you say, the Anthony Tony Devontae Trophy.
I think Peter Scott really said it best. It's kind of like the Stanley Cup of rowing.
Next race started.
Yes, they're here from all around the world
I'm just gonna repo.
for the one medal.
There is no Henley silver.
You're gonna come out at 2.
So the best of 77 entries.
Sort of got it.
Give me 8. Put 8. Put 8. Let me just see the
Oh, there's a nice shot of him, Allie.
No, it's chugging. It's a slideshow. Got two. Next race.
Here we are back to the lightweight women's under 23 single.
Slideshow.
They've taken off.
In this race, Ali, in lane 2 is UTS, in lane 3 is FedEx, lane 4 is UBC, lane 5 is FedEx, lane 6 is Craftsbury, and lane 7 is Leander Boat Club.
Wow, we've got a great international showing in this event. We've got UTS, University of Technology, Sydney. That's Sydney, Australia. That's a really big trip for this regatta. FedEx has 2 crews in this, both obviously from Mexico.
The fastest sculler coming out of the semifinals. And in this event, there were 31 entries on Thursday in the heats. They've whittled it down to the top 6 here. And Julia Lindsay from UBC had the fastest time of 7:53 yesterday afternoon to make her way to the middle of the field here, into lane 3, one of the middle lanes.
Julia also raced for Team BC this summer at the Canada Summer Games. She was a gold medalist at the 2016 CURC Championships in the lightweight women's single.
These ladies would all weigh in this morning, Ali, at 59 kilograms max.
Yep.
So they'll be very similar in power. It should be a great race.
Yeah, lightweight rowing really has that advantage of a fairly level playing field, since all competitors will weigh the same amount prior to their race.
That's fine. But you're on the block yesterday. You're on the block yesterday. Okay. I want to tell you, switch over to the red one. I know it's a bit short, but I think it's better than that. Let me see if that still jumps.
Now I see 4 scullers in the camera field. Ali, I'm not sure which lane that is out front.
That's the 500.
Yeah, hopefully when we get to that 1,000-meter pylon shot, we'll be able to get a good shot right across.
I think it's Leander.
I think it is Leander. That would be Mima from Leander. She also rose from McMaster University.
Sculling very nicely. But actually here in lane 2,
Lane 2, we've got UTS, Rose from Sydney, Australia, pulling away from the rest of the field. 4 boats almost right across, with Mima just slightly ahead out in lane 7.
Yes. Switch.
You take it, but we don't have it.
Now we talk about the live stream, but the drone spot.
Winning time in this event last year was 8 minutes 30 seconds. I think today, with a little bit of a tailwind, times should be a little bit quicker than that.
oh for sure, Ali, this should be a fast race in these beautiful conditions today.
Video account now is handling too much, so we need to send it to someone else. So I'm going to send you a text of the
And again, we're in the third 5 here, brutal part of the race for athletes where they really think to themselves how bad they want this to win this race.
Yeah, I think you really have to rely on your mental strength and tenacity in that third 500. Hopefully you've got a really strong race plan, things have really come together, and you can really execute in this third 500-meter stretch.
This looks like a very close race, Ali. These girls are not falling off the pace. There's, again, still 4 athletes in the shot across, and you probably can't see the leader here. Now you can.
Really tough to tell, and things can really change place, particularly as these ladies start to think about their finish sprint.
Here we are coming up to the 1,500-meter mark then. What an excellent race this is. It looked like Leander
Fabulous.
has taken the lead.
Yeah,
Maybe half a
Leander,
boat.
maybe a canvas over top of UTS.
With UBC third, Craftsbury fourth. Fedimex in lane 5 is fifth right there. And now it's go time.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. As my coach says, all lights are on. These girls are really going for it as they approach 250 meters left to go. Heart rate is sky high. They're breathing heavily.
I've got him on 3. I've got him on 3. Kevin got him on 3.
Yes, all these girls have been through heats and semifinals. They've done a lot of racing for
Into the under-23 men's double. Last year's winner was from Riverside in a time of 6:52.66. And that Riverside crew would have just beaten New York Athletic Club by 1.8 seconds. Still a tight field from these guys. They'll be racing for the Bill and Harry Trophy, which was first assigned to the junior men's double in 1972. Later, it was renamed to the intermediate double in 1986. Finally, the senior B men's double in 2000, which we now call the under-23 men's double. Harry and Bill were members of the Leander Boat Club crew that won the Junior 8 at the 1930 Henley Regatta. Later that year, they'd win a bronze medal at the British Empire Games, which were also held in Hamilton. In 1932, Harry and Bill were members of the Canadian 8, winning a bronze medal at the Los Angeles Olympics. Harry would compete again in 1936 at the Olympic Games in Berlin.
Right now, it looks like this GMS crew is leading the field, coming up to the 1,000-meter mark.
GMS Rowing Center from New Milford.
It's a length lead over Riverside. We're just ahead of Peterborough in third, and CRI in fourth. Montreal and St. Catharines round up the field.
You can definitely tell those CRI boats, the big fleet of red Hudsons.
But it's not going to be coming. It's going to be coming to one. And a big crowd. Might go back to her. Oh, but this is just confusing now. Watch it.
Ali, we're up here broadcasting from the top of the second floor on the boathouse, and I can hear through the window, I can hear the cheers as the crews go by the island.
Definitely a lot of support on the island, people standing all along from the docks all the way to the very tip of the island. So these guys will be getting a lot of support in this section of the race that's typically quite challenging.
And they're passing the 1,250-meter mark. Still looks like GMS, although Riverside appears to, hard to tell from the angle, but Riverside may have taken the lead, Ali.
Peterborough really hanging on there. You've got Dan and Graham. Dan competing, of course, with the Canada Summer Games crew, and Graham was a world champion in 2015 at the Under-23 World Championships.
Yes, I think it's definitely Riverside, and they were the fastest in the semifinals, or in the heats getting here.
Here they go into that last 500-meter stretch. Riverside really looking like they're starting to pull away now.
Almost on three. Ready, three. Three's good.
And there's our shot coming from the grandstand again. Nice race.
As the afternoon builds on, I'm sure the crowds in the grandstands are getting bigger and bigger. Still close for second there between GMS and Peterborough.
But this Riverside crew looks very strong. Rowing very nicely into the finish. A little bit comfortably at this point, although I'm sure they're pushed.
They're definitely working hard, but I think at this point they know they've got control of this race, and this is theirs to win.
It looks like Riverside first, GMS second.
Peterborough,
third,
yeah.
totally unofficially.
CRI crossing
CRI.
fourth.
Or just going straight to the net.
We should see the unofficial results pop up fairly soon. There's Montreal on the far side, finishing now, just finishing. It's a hard-fought race, and I'm sure they're very tired.
What?
No, three, we're on three.
What's up?
Do you want to go to 4 times?
Yeah.
We do it.
Oh, okay. All right.
There's our unofficial results. Riverside 629.91. That's pretty quick.
And they go slow. You already logged in? Yeah.
Got winners.
And there we can see the next race, Ellie, on the screen now, which is the under-19 women's Cox 4. And there's our winners again, Riverside in the under-23 men's double.
Yeah, just go to YouTube and then just switch to my account.
Four's good, four's good, four's good.
Four?
Yeah.
So as we just watch our grandstand camera here, Ellie, the next race, as we've seen briefly, is the under-19 women's Cox 4. They'll be in the starting gates now getting their instructions as we see the Riverside crew come to the grandstand to accept their medals.
The U19 women's Cox 4. These ladies have certainly got something to celebrate. It was quite a large event.
There's 43 entries. 43 entries started on Tuesday morning in the women's Cox 4.
They have fought a hard battle to be one of the top 6 here in the final. They'll be racing for the Kristen French Memorial Trophy. It was donated by the St. Catharines Masters women in honor of the memory of Kristen French. The trophy was created by a local St. Catharines artist, Perry Wakulich.
And all these crews, again, finished within 10 seconds of each other last night in the semifinals.
We can definitely expect a tight race from all the crews today. Last year's winner was Resilient in a time of 7:34.46.
We'll be looking in the middle of the field this afternoon. West Side was the fastest in their semifinal, 7:03. Resilient, 7:04. We'll be rowing out of lane 4 right beside them. And it should be a really good race.
Okay, where are we, guys? We go back to 7. To 7. To start. Start. You know what? Let's get this picture. Why not? Just grab it.
There's the Riverside crew,
Give some time. Give some time. Can you
elated with the victory.
And the U19 women's Cox 4s will have taken off from the starting gates by now.
Yeah, let's switch to something.
Yeah, once I get past people. Okay, I got it.
Yes, and we can see the Cox 4s on their way down.
We just did adjust the camera.
So in these crews, we have 4 athletes with 1 or each, as well as a coxswain who will be steering them down the course.
Just passing the 500-meter mark now. We can see the Ottawa crew on the far side coming into the screen.
Which is our final one, which we really handy.
When a new race starts, it'll be time like that, right?
I don't think it will be fast enough.
Hard to tell from this angle, Mike, but it looks like Ottawa has a pretty good race going with West Side.
Yes, I agree. And the crew in lane 4 as well. Resilient is right there, not far off. Here we are coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. And we'll be able to see as soon as the camera pans right across to the pylon exactly how the leaders are doing. But there we can see yes.
Certainly looks like West Side moving there.
Yeah, definitely. West Side by a length.
And Resilient in Ottawa really fighting it out there, crossing the 1,000.
Second. Fourth. Looks like Argonauts.
TBC up there as well. It almost looks like the wind almost dies off as they approach that 250 meters to go. So they've got a little bit of a tailwind kind of assisting them. But in that last 250-meter stretch, it looks pretty much dead flat.
You're right, Allie. It's beautiful water for these athletes. This is excellent conditions. And a great race. We're probably at the 1,200-meter mark now. We're viewing the view here from the grandstand camera, looking right up the course. Oh, here we've switched to the 1,500-meter pylon camera.
I'm sure the coxswains at this point are really trying to draw the most out of their athletes. They'll be calling, pieces to get their crew to move on another crew, motivating them, trying to get whatever they can, whatever power is left in kind of those tired legs to get them moving.
But it still looks like West Side at this point. Rowing very well, nice and long.
Refresh.
Probably a little open water, I'd say, Allie.
I'd agree with that, and I think these girls probably, they probably feel quite comfortable here. Not a long drive from Buffalo to St. Catharines.
But second through the pylon, the 1,500-meter mark is Resilient, and Ottawa third. Probably
Argos in fourth.
And then Ottawa on the far side. As they come into the last 500, the crowd will start to be watching, I'm sure, and start to get excited now. I'm sure there's a lot of parents in the grandstands.
Parents, siblings, even grandparents. I'm sure they've got lots of support in the grandstand today.
Okay, so let's see how that looks. Okay, I need, you know what? Let's close this and reopen this. NDI.
There's one thing I've learned from coaching U17 and U19 women is they don't back down. These girls will be going for it right to the cross the finish line. And they don't just pull for themselves, they really think about their teammates as well. So these girls will be really trying to do it for each other.
looking very nice. Looking very nice. West side coming to the last 150 meters now. Still in control.
Still pulling away.
Probably a good race for second.
You think a restart would help? No, because it's perfect on your side.
Resilient and Ottawa.
Well, there's nothing that we could do with it.
You holding them free?
Yep, I've got it.
And they're coming into the finish line now.
Really nice rowing from West Side.
Yeah.
Any suggestions? Any suggestions?
Unofficially West Side, then Resilient.
Take 45.
Pretty
Third.
close between Argonaut and Ottawa.
Yes. Couldn't tell. We won't be able to call that one. But here we start to see the
You know what?
unofficial results. West Side first, Resilient second, Ottawa third. Sorry, Argonaut third, Ottawa fourth by less than a second.
I will lose
Vesper and TBC.
Actually, you know what? Stand by. We'll
Unofficial.
Okay, ready?
Excellent race.
And then you're going to go to 7.
Yeah, West Side certainly winning that by open water. They had control of that race for a good stretch.
Go here. We're cutting the whole thing.
West Side program has some good boats this weekend, Ali. I've seen a number of West Side crews that are going to be in contention for medals. And here we're viewing the under 23 women's pair. We're at the start. Still about 2 minutes before the race. The liner's just getting them ready now.
This should be a pretty exciting event. Last year's winner, Calgary, they only beat the Kingston Rowing Club by 0.52 seconds. That's a half a second. And it's also exciting to see we've got two pairs from the University of British Columbia racing side by side, as well as University of Technology Sydney and Sydney University. In Sydney, those two boathouses are only about 15 minutes apart, so there'll be familiar competition as well.
There's a long way to come to race each other, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
This event started with 28 entries. And the umpires are keeping this regatta right on time. It's coming up to 4 o'clock. This is a 4 o'clock event.
Okay, so let's remount.
Regattas run like clockwork this week.
Absolutely. And they're off.
I like the start from the UBC crew. They seem to have a really nice few strokes and took a few feet on that third stroke.
Hold on. No, don't have it on too.
Yeah, having those two UBC boats side by side, that's probably been excellent preparation for them as they come into their fall season, which will probably culminate in the Canadian University Rowing Championships the first week in November.
I'm sure later in the week these girls will be combining in 4s and 8s, but today
They race.
it's every man for themselves. The UBC Lane 5 crew had the fastest time in the semifinals yesterday, and the other UBC crew had one of the second fastest times. So the race might be in the middle of the course.
These girls are racing for the Alex Sandy Greenhill Memorial Trophy. Alex Greenhill was a charter member of St. Catharines Rowing Club Old Boys Association, which we now call the St. Catharines Rowing Club Alumni Association.
For the people at home, we're at the looking at the camera at the 1,000-meter mark. From the 1,000-meter mark, you can just see the city crew on the screen, and there we have the UTS crew coming into sight now.
It's about 6 o'clock in the morning in Sydney, Australia right now. I wonder if any of their family members are up early to watch them race.
Up in the crane.
So, yeah, let's remap that, close that, see.
I would say, Ali, they're passing the 650 meter mark here, well into the race, really starting to feel the pain now.
Okay, all right, let me call you back, right?
Yeah.
And this looks very close.
It does look quite close. It looks like, they're really trying to settle into a good rhythm, but staying aggressive. We'd say, keeping your foot on the gas.
It was 4.9, yeah. I have that, yeah.
I was fortunate. I got to watch those Sydney University girls training all of last week. And so they've had about a week to acclimatize to North American time zone.
All right, let's,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
we gotta kill the drone for today. And what I'll do is I will,
And they're,
get
3 boats right across in that shot there.
stand by.
but it looks like
Get down on camera.
UBC in lane 5 might be up. a
Looks
little
like their
bit.
bow is just out ahead.
Who's first, yeah?
Tight racing behind them. As we come across the 1,000 meter mark, we should get a good shot of who's leading this. But it certainly looks like UBC in lane 5, Miranda and Savannah.
Yes. And UBC in lane 6, probably right there for second.
A bow ball.
along with Grassbury.
Now these girls are pulling together. They also have to contend with steering, making sure they're going straight. It's really a team effort to make sure that these boats stay in their lanes and they get the straightest course possible.
I went to the P and everything.
Yes, these girls should be very experienced, under 23 athletes. The pair race is a boat where the strokeman typically steers, looking down their lane, seeing all the buoys behind them, and able to keep in their lane. They steer using their foot to turn, and their foot toggles on the heel to turn a small rudder behind the fin, either to port or starboard, to keep them in the lane.
And that bow person will be probably saying 1 or 2 words here, whatever she can get out to try and keep the race plan moving forward, to keep them moving together, to get the boat feeling as good as possible as they try and push as much power down their legs as they can.
I gotta help these guys.
Yeah,
You
we're
guys
good.
got this, I know you guys got this, okay.
It still looks like the UBC crew in lane 5, Miranda and Savannah, in control of this race.
And these girls have been training really hard at the London Training Centre all summer, out in the pair, rowing together.
And there we are at the 15, coming up to the 1,500 meter mark. Open water.
Definitely pulling away at this point, really just showing they've been rowing together quite well for the majority of the summer.
UTS maybe in second, and UBC third. Craftsbury fourth,
Hold one.
and Sydney in 5th spot right there, going through the 1,500 meter mark. And the Ottawa crew just going through our frame now.
Reframe this slightly. Hey, take it.
Just being in this final is quite an accomplishment. From 28 boats I mentioned, started on Tuesday morning. It was well done to be in the final at Henley.
And some of these girls will be entering probably just their first year of under 23, so they'll be a little bit younger than some of the other competitors who might only be in their last year of under 23 before they make that jump to senior.
Carlos, I'm trying to talk. Roadside.
Great experience for all crews. This is a tight race.
Still the UBC crew comfortable, but the other crews, they still want to fight for second. There's no silver
Absolutely.
medal, but
Those-
there's a lot of pride out there right now.
Yep, that UBC crew looks very well set up. Really long, stretching out as long as they can. Showing a little bit of fatigue, but they're not giving up as the other crews behind them really charge to the finish line.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a few strokes left. And open water, Allie. Well done.
Both times.
Definitely a result to be proud of in the under 23 women's pair by UBC.
And UTS appears to have finished second, unofficial.
Probably a very close race between Craftsbury and the second UBC pair.
I think both times.
And here we come. We have the unofficial results here now. UBC in first, UTS second, the UBC crew in third. Craftsbury, Sydney University, and Ottawa round out the field.
You ready for the winners?
Yep, we're all three.
Putting the keys out. Where's it?
And there they are. There's our winners, Allie.
Congratulating each other a little bit.
Yes, I'm sure there are lots of friendships being made this weekend between the
Absolutely.
crews. The race, they'll get back to the dock. I'm sure they'll be shaking hands with the other crews.
Good sportsmanship. Probably looking over and they see their teammates in a couple of weeks. They'll all be back together at the University of British Columbia.
Yes, getting ready for our fall racing season here in Canada, in the university setting. So we have 10 minutes between finals at the Henley to make sure our crews have the people in the grandstand have time to cheer on the winner, see the winner accepting their trophy before the next race appears in front of them. It seems to work very well.
Yeah, it also makes it really nice and flat. There's no wake from the safety boats, the umpire boats. Everybody really gets a fair chance at Henley Gold.
Please move. Please move. Buddy.
Number 251.
What if I like
Who's that? Zoom in. Who's that?
We're less than a minute away from the start, Allie, of the senior men's single. Very special race here at Henley, which will go at 4:10.
Yeah, last year's winner was David DeGroot from St. Catharines. He won in 7 minutes, 22 seconds. Dave recently raced for Canada in the men's straight four at World Cup 3.
I think they've just left, Allie, they've just left the start. I can see on one of the other screens.
There's certainly some big names in this event. We have Andre Pelletier from UWO. He represented Canada at the 2016 Under-23 World Rowing Championships. Matt Finley as well from St. Catharines competed at the 2014, 15, and 16 Under-23 World Rowing Championships. He was a world champion in the men's quad in 2015. Graham Peters raced at the 2013 Junior World Championships in the single, as well as 2014, 15, and 16 Under-23 Championships with Matt Finley. Josh King, a lightweight, also raced at the 2016 World Rowing Championships. He raced in the lightweight men's quad. He also performed well at FISU in 2015 in the lightweight men's four. Earlier this summer, Josh won the men's single at the U.S. Rowing Club Nationals. There's Patrick Lollinger. He's competed numerous times for the Mexican national team, including 2 appearances, the 2012 and 2008 Olympic Games in the men's pair and the men's single. Luke Rain from Undine is an athlete and a coach. He won the ACRA championships in the men's single in 2015.
This should be a great race, Allie. I'm looking forward to see this one. You can just see it on the screen now as the athletes are coming up to the 500-meter mark.
These guys will all be very familiar with one another. They've raced each other probably for many, many years at this point. A couple of young guys, though, entering about their first year of senior rowing instead of senior B or under 23.
There they are, about 600 meters now in our shot. Really hard to tell from this angle. Josh King in the yellow boat sculling very well. but there's Matt Finley in lane 4.
Josh King racing for Ottawa now, but formerly of Trent University, as was Graham. Matt Finley from Brock, Andre from University of Western Ontario. We've got a great representation of Ontario universities in this final.
And this is a good race, Ali, as they come into the probably 1,400 meters now, coming up to the 900 meters, coming up to the 1,000-meter pylon. This is a really close race. First few boats will be within a length, I think. And let's just call it across the 1,000-meter mark. Looks like Finley.
Matt Finley moving that single quite well.
He's got a length over Josh.
Just, I would say, a touch of open water.
And,
It looked like UVic and UWO really battling it out for third place as well. Umpires keeping a close eye, making sure everything is fair.
this will be a hard race in the third 5. Some of the athletes will have pushed early to try and get a good lead.
Yeah, some of them have probably raced already as well in other events, maybe sweep events, sculling events through the week.
This looks like our wide-angle shot from the grandstand, zooming way up the course, as they're now at probably the 1,200-meter mark.
This is the part where they're probably taking a look over their shoulder, looking across the lane, seeing where they sit, kind of assessing, you know, should I execute my race plan as it is? Do I have to make a move? What's going to happen in this third 500-meter stretch?
Josh King looking good. I think Matt's in lane 4. Matt Finley is still in the race, and then on the outside,
University of
Patrick is-
Victoria.
Yeah, here we are at 1,400 now, coming up to the 1,500-meter pylon.
Hard to tell, but again, it looks like that lead might have changed places,
It's
but
closer.
a little bit closer. Finley across, but his lead has shrunk a little bit. Josh King clawing back.
And you, Vic, in third, definitely there.
Andre Pelletier still in it as well. Starting to sprint. You can see Matt Finley there really starting to pump the rate. Josh King looking really long through the water still.
Yes, and Josh is pushing the rate too. This is going to be an excellent finish. I bet.
Absolutely. I think as a lightweight rower, Josh is really going to rely on that rate to really keep things tapping along as quick as he can. What an exciting race for the people in the grandstands today.
Still quite an angle, Ellie, still quite an angle that we're looking at.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to call it from here.
But I think maybe Josh is out front. Yes.
Camera's following Josh right across the
Yep,
line.
Yep, there we go.
Unofficially looks like Josh King ahead of the field by quite a margin,
Matt in second.
but really close to UVic there. That was a race for second
Yes,
place.
Yeah. Looks like Graham, the lane 1. Andre.
Looks like Andre and Graham and
then
Luke
Luke,
from
yeah.
Undine Barge. And there it is, Josh King, 6 minutes, 50 seconds. Well done.
Second, St. Catharines. Third, UVic. Fourth, University of Western Ontario, Peterborough, and Undyne in sixth. And that's a very good time, Allie.
Absolutely. You have to consider the rest of the field there has got a couple of pounds on Josh King, but he really rode well, stayed in control, came back from a almost open water lead by Matt Finley there. Great rowing.
The winner of the Henley Gold and the Alex Sandy Greenfield Memorial Trophy is UBC with Parker Fowl, winning time 7:20.62. Congratulations. Second place, UCF. Third, UBC with Armstrong Fowl. Fourth, Raspberry. Fifth, University in St. Ottawa. Congratulations.
Now, Josh trained at our National Team Training Center in Victoria this year. He's been back in Ontario for the last couple of weeks, but he's been on in our lightweight team for the last number of years.
Yeah, Josh set a number of great performances this summer. That probably at Henley Gold is a good cherry on top. Getting ready in the gates, we have the under-17 women's double.
Yeah, in lane 1, Allie, we have Notre Dame. In lane 2, South Niagara. In lane 3, Burnaby. Lane 4, sorry, we started in lane 1, but I meant to say lane 2. In lane 2, Notre Dame. In lane 3, South Niagara. Lane 4, Burnaby. In lane 5, Steel City. Burnaby in lane 6, and Ridley Grad in lane 7. This is another very heavily entered event, Allie. We started on Monday morning with 56 entries in this event.
Unbelievable. These girls should be proud of themselves, again, for just making it to a final. We can see on the screen Josh accepting his Henley Gold for the senior men's single.
As always, Mark Pierce. Again. Super dark too.
The ladies in the under-17 women's double are competing today for the St. Andrew's United Church 150th Anniversary Cup. The St. Andrew's Church is just a short walk from the grandstand. The building that we can see today was built in 1894. The congregation dates back to 1852. The trophy was donated by the McKay family to commemorate the church's 150th anniversary.
And there's the start of the under-17 women's double.
Looked like Notre Dame got a huge jump on the start there.
1, 2, 3, 2. If I go left, I get
Some of these girls, this will be their first appearances at Henley as under-17 athletes. They'll be some of the youngest competing this week.
Yes, this is a great experience for the young ladies, young men that are here this week. It's quite an atmosphere here at Henley with all the racing that goes on all day, 6 days in a row.
For these young athletes too, I know there's a lot of representatives from a lot of different universities. They'll be wanting to talk to them, see how they performed, kind of keep an eye on them as they get closer to making that decision of where they might go to school and whether they might want to row there.
Again, the shot is from the 1,000-meter pylon as the crews come up to the, they're about the 450-meter mark now, just coming up to the first pylon. You can see the lane numbers stretch across the screen at the 500-meter mark.
And this is where experience kind of dictates a little bit. Some of the crews will go out really, really, really hard in that first 500. Other crews will start to settle into a race pace, and that really just comes down to experience as they learn what works for them and for their crew.
Yes, it's going to be very exciting. Probably your first or second year here at Henley in the under-17 group, and they'll be pushing very hard.
You can see on the far side of the screen the Ridley grad double moving quite well.
Guess we can see Ridley, the Burnaby Lake crew in lane 6, and the Steel City crew. Now we can see coming into the right-hand side of the screen the other Burnaby Lake crew. Really hard to tell again at this point from the angle. But again, these are the top 6 out of the 56 entries that started, so they all have something to be very proud of, making the final.
Yeah, their coaches are probably just as nervous as the athletes. You launch these girls and you send them up to the top, and it's completely out of control of the coach at that point. But these girls are racing very well.
Ali, I might say it's the Ridley crew on the far side
I agree. It looks like they're
that may be leading the race.
leading the pack at this point.
And here we are coming up to the 1,000-meter mark.
A little bit closer than you might think.
I was.
I think Notre Dame, South Niagara's right there in it. Ridley grad.
Wow.
So on 2, still down big.
Okay.
There's one lane that's
It's cut off.
yeah, the
Okay.
other heads. Sorry.
Ready on 1.
This is a nice shot, Ali, of the nice calm water. I'm sure people at home will be watching this and wishing they would have been here.
Definitely a nice day at the Henley Regatta, but these girls, they're entering a really challenging part of the race here, that third 500-meter stretch. We all talk about the mental tenacity, and these girls, you know, even though they're working really hard, they'll probably come up with a word or phrase or something to really get themselves motivated to give a little bit extra and find another gear when they start to get really tired.
And then here's the shot from the 1,500-meter pylon as they pass the 1,250-meter mark. There's some nice rowing out there, Ali, with these young girls. Are doing a nice job.
Yeah, Ridley grad certainly producing some
think-
great scullers over the past couple of
We might
years.
say this time Ridley is now in the lead.
About a deck over top.
I'm not sure which crew this is. But they're into the last 500 now, and there's not a lot separating the first few boats. This is going to come right down to who's got it.
And what a fantastic experience for these young athletes as they probably, you know, finish this race. They might already be planning for next year.
Yes, I can't imagine what's going through their mind right now. They're just hanging on and pushing for everything they have left. Rates are coming up probably at the 250 meter mark.
Steel City, I think, in that yellow boat.
And the Burnaby Lake crew in lane 4. Still pushing. Ridley is, of course, outside our shot right now to the left. So we can't see where they are. But as we come closer to the finish, we'll start to see. They've separated out a little bit.
Lots of parents and friends cheering from the grandstand today.
Yeah, we're still. Ridley's crossing over there in lane 7. So I'm not sure we saw all the boats in that jaunt alley, and we'll wait to see the unofficial results. Should pop up pretty soon.
But some great racing by these young athletes. Really shows perseverance, tenacity, just for getting this far.
Ready to go 4 times?
Notre Dame and South Niagara there, both from Welland, Ontario.
And here we come. Yes, Ridley grad. And officially at first place. Seal City second, Burnaby Lake third, and Burnaby Lake fourth, Notre Dame and South Niagara. So well done from a local crew. Rose Ridley Graduate Boat Club trains here on the Henley, and Rose out of St. Catharines, Rose in St. Catharines. And that was Haley and Gracie, Allie.
Well, congratulations to those girls. Their families are probably just thrilled. That might be one of their first or second appearances at Henley, and they're walking away with Henley Gold.
Oh, no, this is live. Yeah,
There's a good shot of the Steel City crew. Allie, I'm sure they're thinking about coming back next year, but I'm sure they have lots of racing left this year, and probably in other events.
I certainly remember coaching under 19, under 17 women. Just load them up. I gave them all the experience that I possibly could and make sure that they really got to see Henley from all angles.
Yes, the Henley experience is something very special to athletes, Allie. They come here and they come back every year. And then they come back as masters.
Or they cross the other side and start coaching like me.
Here we are, have a shot of the under 23 men's lightweight single in the starting gates right now. They're only less than a minute away from starting. And they look aligned. You can see the crews in lane 2 is UVic. Lane 3 is
Amadeus. They're from Oyster Bay, New York.
Lane 4 is Argentina, Hispana. In lane 5, Burnaby Lake. In lane 6, South Niagara. In lane 7. I see they're, there they are, just squaring their oars now. They'll be seeing that, there they are, squaring their oars now. They'll be seeing that green light, and they're off.
There they go.
Nice start.
Great start from all lanes right across. There's a couple of pretty big names in this event as well. We've got the UVic crew. Ellis raced with the 2016 Western Lightweight Men. That men's 8 went undefeated at Roe Ontario's Henley and head of the Charles. And he also raced with Team BC at this year's Canada Summer Games. I know Amadeus Rowing is a high-performance club for youth only in Oyster Bay, New York. We have some international crews from Argentina and Mexico as well. Vlad Tominsky rode for Canada the 2015 and 2016 Under-23 World Championships in the lightweight men's quad. And finally, from South Niagara, Chris Rusin competed with the dominant E.L. Crosley men's program this past spring. He won the lightweight men's double at the Stotesbury Cup and the American Scholastic Regatta as well.
There were 49 events, 49 entries in this event. It started on Monday, and these are the top 6.
Last year, this event was won by Botafogo from Brazil.
And all these athletes weighed in this morning, Ali, at 72, at a maximum of 72.5 kilograms, which is the weight for lightweight men, maximum weight for lightweight men in this category.
These guys are racing for the Theo Dubois Trophy. Theo Dubois was an outstanding junior oarsman from Winnipeg in his heyday between 1931 and 1955. He won more races at the Northwestern Regatta in Winnipeg than any other oarsman. He was inducted to the Manitoba Sports Hall of Fame in 1981.
We're just coming up to about the 600 meter mark here. We got a shot from the 1,000-meter pylon. And it might be lane 4, Ali, a scholar from Argentina, in the blue boat, that he had the fastest time coming out of the semifinals yesterday afternoon.
Some fast rowing from Argentina coming to Royal Canadian Henley this year. Still tight across those 3-4 boats. Particularly in the small boats, when you're sculling, it's really a better racing experience when you feel like you've got contact with those other boats on either side of you. But it looks like
Argentina, Hispana, Burmy Lake, and real close.
Uvic on the outside.
I'm ready for you.
Excuse me?
This is our shot from the grandstand camera again, Ali. The athletes are probably passing the 1,200 meter mark here.
Probably starting to separate a little bit more between the crews. Leaders taking more distance, people starting to move on each other.
Take one. We can take one.
Again, from this angle, Mike, it always looks so close. And as we kind of pan towards the 1,500 meter mark, we should see who is leading, who's moving on who.
I still think it's Argentina, Santiago,
I agree.
in the lane 4. That's has a full boat length, maybe a little open water, half boat
Over España.
in lane 5.
He certainly looks comfortable up there. Both boats, first and second place, rowing really nicely, comfortably, well in control of the race behind them.
And it's a wonderful shot, Ali. The beautiful blue sky and the athletes heading down towards the finish line. Wonderful day for racing here at the Henley. Here's our shot from the finish line.
Here they go, well into that last 500-meter stretch now. Again, looking around, waiting to see when those buoys change color. They're going to bring up the rate, bring up the power.
Yes, you can see the white buoys. The athletes are passing the last white buoy now. And you can see the color. They'll be into the last 250 in another 1 or 2 strokes. Still think it's Argentina leading the race.
Really
Hispana.
building, yeah.
Looks like he may be giving them a go.
Getting a little close to the buoy line by both athletes as they really push each other to the finish line.
Yes, and they know they don't want to get their oars tangled up in a buoy. It's game over if they lose a stroke in a race like this.
Great sprint from Espana in lane
Yes.
5. Wow.
Totally unofficially. Looks like Argentina, Espana in second. And
Vlad Tominsky from Burnaby Lake in third.
Ready to go fourth time.
Close between Ellis Hollins and Chris Rusin.
yes, well done.
4.
Great racing for these young guys. Some of them, of course, just out of their last year of junior rowing, have entered that world of senior B. It's a totally different ball game, so they're probably going to take this experience and apply it towards probably their fall season or even start planning for next summer's Henley.
Day winner. Nice.
There you see our winner. There's a shot, Allie, of the start.
Senior women's lightweight double.
We're just about a minute and a half away from the start. Although you can see them getting ready. Boats getting aligned. In the lane 2, we have UTS. Lane 3 is Argentina. Lane 4 is Ridley. Lane 5 is Ridley. Lane 6 is Ottawa. And lane 7 is Ottawa.
And these are experienced athletes, senior women. I know a lot of these names are quite familiar if you've been following Royal Canadian Henley over the years. UTS in lane 2. I know both these ladies have already raced once today. Rose, of course, racing the under 23 lightweight single, and Sophie racing in the semifinal of the senior lightweight single just before her.
Ready to go back to seven.
So I think in Argentina in lane 3 is one of our favorite crews. Allie, they had the fastest time coming out of their coming into the final.
Start.
So they'll be one of the crews that we'll be watching.
Go back. Line 3v2. Line 2 preview.
There they are, stretching out to the starting position. I'm sure they're going through the roll call right now. The starter will be giving them last-minute instructions. And they're off. Beautiful start.
Great start. No one crew really separating themselves from the pack in the first 5-10 strokes. These women are racing for the Fred Loic Trophy. Fred was a decorated club and national team coach from the Don Rowing Club in Mississauga. Just a few of his athletes include Silken Lauman, Rob Marlin, Jeff Lay, John Wallace, Kay Worthington, Heather Hatton, and Janice Mason. Fred happened to also be an award-winning news photographer for the Mississauga News. The trophy was dedicated in 1987, which was 1 year before Fred went on to coach Canada at the '88 Seoul Olympics. Exciting to see two Ridley Ridley grad lightweight women's doubles here. Amber and Allison. Amber raced for Canada in the lightweight women's quad in 2006, the World Rowing Championships. And Allie Whitty rode for UMiami in college. She did win the senior women's quad last year at Henley. And in the other Ridley double, we have Kat Walker, who competed for Canada at the 2014 Under-23 World Championships. That was in the lightweight double. And Caitlin Paul is racing in the 2008 Under-23 World Championships in the women's pair. Ottawa as well, continuing a trend of success for that club. They've produced some really strong lightweight women over the past few years. Lillian racing at the 2014 FISU in the lightweight women's double. Anna Fogarty racing FISU in 2016, or sorry, Anna Curry racing FISU in 2016, the lightweight women's double with Alana Fogarty, both from Ottawa.
About the 600-meter mark now, Allie. In this lightweight women's race, again, all these women weighed in this morning, first thing this morning at a maximum of 59 kilograms, which is our women's lightweight weight category. Right now, I'm liking this crew in lane 5, the Ridley crew in lane 5, Allie. I think they're rowing really well and seem to have a good pace going.
Really nice rhythm. I think everybody's looking quite strong still. As we get to that 1,000-meter point, we should be able to determine who is leading this race.
And again, this crew, the Argentinian crew, over here in lane 3. This is an excellent race. Wow, you can see them coming up to the 1,000-meter mark, yes.
Argentinians rowing with Ridley grad
Yes.
blades as well.
Just a little bit of open water. Argentina, a little bit of open water ahead of Ridley grad.
And both Ottawa doubles looking really strong, probably spent all summer training together as well.
So what about the answer
Yes, I think, Allie, the crews that have a training partner do a lot better off when they come to these races because they train a little harder in practice, having someone to push against. So it's shot from the grandstands, looking up the course. Crew's probably at the 1,200-meter mark. And again, we can hear the cheers as they go past the island, the sound coming through the window.
And it's exciting not just for the people in the grandstands, but there are athletes on the island who are preparing for their own races, might have just come off the water from racing, and they're right out there cheering on their teammates. Great conditions for lightweight rowing today.
I think Argentina's still up on the field, but it might be close. The pack is, everybody's still pushing.
Argentina looking very smooth as they cross the 1,500-meter mark.
Argentina, then Ridley, lane 5, Ridley, lane 4.
The Ridley doubles, the Ottawa doubles, they would have raced each other all summer long, but if you're coming from Australia or from Argentina, it's really hard to know what you're kind of getting yourself into. Argentina really showing a controlling lead over this.
That's a nice shot, Allie. We see the field coming into the view, coming in the last 250 meters now. buoys turn red. And they're still going for it. Everyone's still going for it. This is a nice race right into the finish.
What a tight race for second place. Argentina looking very comfortable in the lead, but all 4 boats just behind them battling it out. Who's going to get their bow across the line first?
I like this Ridley crew in lane 5 that they're really pushing. And I think they've made up a lot of distance.
Oh, wow.
It's very close. And this will be a photo finish.
Wow.
No, Argentina will be just ahead. I
Just
believe,
barely, but a
unofficially.
great push by Ridley.
Yes. Well done. The last 500, great race by Catherine and Caitlin. Argentina.
It's definitely, not over till it's over. These girls don't give up. Anything can happen. Somebody can have a bad stroke.
There you see the unofficial results. Argentina, Ridley, Ottawa, and UTS. 702, the less than a boat length behind, at 1.6 seconds, second place behind our winner. And there's a shot of the winning crew right there.
I have a feeling we'll see some of these athletes later on in the senior women's quad or other events throughout the week.
Here were our screens at the shot, looking at the start of the under 19 men's class 4. In lane 1 we have Cambridge, lane 2 CRI, and lane 3 Vesper, and lane 4 Albany. Lane 6, again I started in lane 2. In lane 1 rather, lane 2 is Cambridge, lane 3 CRI, lane 4 Vesper, lane 5 Albany, lane 6 St. Catharines, and lane 7 Cambridge.
We've got 3 boats coming out of Boston here, 2 from Cambridge Boat Club and 1 from Community.
This is another event alley that's very highly entered. There was 56 entries started this Tuesday morning in the heats, and went through semifinals yesterday with some very fast times, some very close times. Top 2 boats finished at 6:25. Albany and CRI.
The CRI did win this event last year, but they had 2 boats in the final, so they finished 1st and 4th this year, or last year, I'm sorry.
Yes, actually, I'm looking at the numbers from yesterday's semifinal. Albany won their heat. CRI was 4/100ths of a second behind in the heat. So it should be a very, as a matter of fact, all 6 boats were within 5 seconds in their semifinal. This should be an exciting race.
Should be an exciting race. Again, we've got 4 athletes and a coxswain.
Nice start. Nice start from the St. Catharines boat over in lane 6. Seem to get a little bit of a jump. Get their bow out first, but it's a long way to go.
There you can see they're really trying to settle into that rhythm now. At under 19, these guys have had a couple of years of rowing experience. Still junior athletes, definitely learning from each other, learning from their coaches.
Yes, and these are coxswains. There's a coxswain steering the boat. He's laying down in the bow of the boat. You can't see the coxswain sitting up. It looks like there's only 4 people in each one of these boats. But right in the bow of the boat, with their head just above the gunwale, is the coxswain who's steering the boat and giving the crew commands as they push through the 500-meter mark.
And a lot of these, although they are male rowers, they'll have female coxswains, and I always think it must be such a great confidence-boosting experience for an under-19 girl to be able to tell 4 or 8 guys, you know, I'm in charge here.
And they're listening. They're listening to her now, to the coxies now, and probably staying on their race plans and seeing where they are in the race. The coxies are telling the crew how they're doing, what their stroke rate is, whether they're ahead or a little bit behind, and when they need to go.
Definitely a very important relationship. It's built on, you know, trusting each other, trusting your coach. Still looking really close across.
I'm liking this crew in lane 4, the Vesper crew. Seems like they might be out a little bit from the angle.
Cambridge on the outside lane certainly giving them a good push as well.
And here they come up to the 1,000-meter mark. Vesper, CRI in lane 3.
CRI in the red boat.
And then in the far side, Cambridge, 3rd. Maybe Albany, St. Catharines, and Cambridge rounding up the field. So a shot from the grandstand again.
A lot of these younger guys will be looking towards big collegiate rowing programs, particularly in America where sweep rowing really dominates. So these guys will be hoping to put in a good performance today to kind of get them ahead into admissions or to different programs they might be looking at for their university experience.
Yes, and if they're here in the final, Ali, they've trained hard. They've trained hard for a long time. They've had a long summer of racing, and they know there's less than 1,000 meters to go. Coming up to the 1250 now. It still looks like Vesper.
I agree. Vesper coming from Philadelphia, another great rowing town.
And here we are coming up to the 1,500-meter mark. Vesper has a full length on CRI.
CRI just keeping their bow ball right on their stern. Like I said, particularly with junior rowing, it ain't over till it's over.
I think with Cambridge and Albany, 3rd and 4th through that pylon.
Coxie's really acting almost like jockeys at this point. How can I get a little more? When do we start our sprint?
There they are, coming into the red buoys now, Ali. It's the last 250 to go.
That's a great visual cue for the rowers. They know it's time to go.
And I'm sure their parents in the grandstand and hopefully at home watching their sons row and their daughters steer. CRI crew here in lane 2 is in lane 3 rather, pushing to
Really
make
jumping
it
on the stroke rate.
Make it a good race right down to the finish. Look at that, they came right up.
Ooh, that was close. I think that was closer than.
Yes, we'll wait to see the finish. Nice finish
Wow.
by the lane 2 crew from CRI. Lane 3 crew.
And CRI did take it by
Yes.
2/100ths of a second over Vesper.
Yes, still unofficial, but it looks like CRI, Vesper, Cambridge, St. Catharines and Cambridge. No, they're just resorting it out. CRI, Vesper, Albany, Cambridge. The last 2 crews aren't up yet, so they're there it is. St. Catharines was 5th, Cambridge 6th. Again, their screen just still shows it unofficial.
But a great sprint from
No.
community rowing. That was incredible. In the last 500 meters, in the last 250 meters, to really turn it on and go for it.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be checking the film on that one, Ellie. They'll be looking at that, the camera shot very close to make sure that the right crew is awarded the medal.
Yeah, just another example. This is truly a world-class course. And they've got all the technology.
Must have announced it.
Yeah.
You can see the CRI
They are
crew
celebrating.
celebrating.
Congratulating the crew from Vesper on a great race together.
And that just shows you how the last 250 crews can make up some distance.
It's certainly difficult, but it can be done, just as proven from the community crew.
Now announcing the results for event 10, the final for U23 men's lightweight single. Winner and Henley gold, and Seals Wall trophy is Argentina. Congratulations, Argentina, with a time of 7:04.22. Second place at Japan, third Britain, fourth event, Best Montenegro, and Canada. Results for event 11. The final for senior women's lightweight double. Winner of the Henley gold and rainbow trophy. First place, Argentina. Congratulations to Argentina with a time of 7:02. Second place, Italy with Walker Foul. Third place,
I think the next race, Ellie, is the senior women's 8.
This is one I've been really looking forward to today. I think the big boats are certainly exciting, but the senior women's 8, this should be a great race.
And it's after 5 o'clock. I suspect they've already left the start because the officials keep this regatta right on time when they can.
Last year's winner of this event was the Calgary Rowing Club with 6 minutes 39 seconds. Oh, and there they are, just about at the 500-meter mark already. This will be a quick race. Calgary, of course, recently raced at the Remenham Challenge Cup at the Henley Royal Regatta.
And Calgary looks very good in the middle. They're on the coming in the middle of the screen now, with the red and white blades and the red uniforms.
Calgary spent a couple of days at the beginning of this week training with the national team in London as a pre-Henley training camp.
And right beside them in the yellow is the Central Development crew.
That's a crew out of University of Iowa. It's a U.S. rowing development camp.
Let's just say, we'll just go to the
Out in lane 7, you can see UTS, University of Technology Sydney, from Sydney, Australia.
And here as they come up to the 1,000-meter mark. We haven't seen the other 3 crews on the screen yet, but it appears to be Calgary leading the race. A little bit of open water, Allie.
Just a
Over
touch, looks like
Riverside.
Riverside, just
In lane
behind
2.
them, and Central Development just slightly behind that. Calgary has shown they've just become a dominant force in women's sweep rowing. It's pretty exciting.
Nice timing. It's a nice close shot from the camera.
Certainly their journey to Henley Royal didn't happen overnight. I'm sure as soon as they won Henley, Canadian Henley last summer, that was probably a dream and a goal of theirs to go together.
Thanks, Will.
We don't go through. We can go straight to
Look very strong. I'm sure Michael Simonson, their coach, who's with them from Calgary, is very pleased at this point to see the good timing, good rowing here, in control of the race.
It's great to see this kind of caliber of rowing from a club program, particularly year after year. These girls are looking really, really strong, really comfortable as they come into the last 500 meters, about a half a boat length over top of Central Development, and then Riverside not far behind. Close race for second place here.
No breathe. Take it.
This event, of course, was straight to final. These girls will have no idea who their competition really was till they got into this today. Great racing from Calgary.
Yes, it's very nice. We're going to finish the boat with a boat length lead. Comfortable but pushed.
Absolutely. Looks like they took that Henley Royal experience, and here they get to celebrate at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, followed by Central Development, followed by Riverside.
Absolutely right, Allie. Calgary, Central Development. Riverside was third in the unofficial on our screen now that we're seeing. UTS at fourth. And we still have crews coming into the finish for the last 2 places.
Peterborough just crossing the line there.
Yes.
And there they are, the winning crew from Calgary, congratulating one another. does get pretty tight after you cross that finish line. And to get those 6 boats turned around, get them cleared out so that Calgary can approach the medal dock, it does take a little bit of time.
Yes, and I think that's why we have these 10-minute centers on our finals early this week and at Henley to allow the crews to get their time in the podium in front of the grandstand audience. They're very tired. It's hot out there today, and the calm conditions make for a very exhausting race.
And up at the top of the course, 2,000 meters away, the under 17 men's quads are just getting into the gates now. We have Bellin Jesuit, NorCal, Hanlon, Dawn, Saratoga, and Ridley Grad.
Yes, they're less than 2 minutes away from the start. Just getting the alignment now. The boat holders will be moving the boats as the aligner will ask them to move the bow out or back or forth. So that all the bows are aligned here at the start.
Those boat holders have a really big job, and they're all volunteers, and a lot of them are students. Those pontoons they're lying on can move in or out depending on the length of the boat for each boat class.
You can see them stretching out now towards the catch. They're probably just getting ready. The starter's going through a roll call. We'll just be calling each crew right across to let them all know that the start is about to happen. You can't see the red, green, and the green lights, but just behind the crews, there are, red light will come on as the starter says attention, and the green light, and along with the horn, will indicate the start of the race. The crews will be listening and watching.
Yeah, I always told my crews to make sure they go when they see the green light, because theoretically, light travels faster than sound.
And they're just, I see some crews just tapping it. Pretty dead conditions, it looks like, up there.
Definitely makes it easy to get a nice straight course. And they're off. Bellin Jesuit really moving quick off the start. Last year, the winner of this event was South Niagara, and 2 of the members of that quad, Fraser Darling and Neil Kennedy, recently participated in the Junior World Championships just last week. These guys will be racing for the John H. Newman Trophy. John Newman spent countless hours behind the scenes here in St. Catharines to make sure the Henley Racecourse and the facilities were truly world class. In 1955, John was involved in the purchase of Reed's Island, which would later become what we know as Henley Island. He was also on the board of directors for the 1970 World Rowing Championships, which were actually held here in St. Catharines on this very course.
Again, we're looking from the 1,000-meter pylon here and looking at the crews on the west side of the course in lanes 2, 3, and 4. I'm liking this. You can't always tell by the times, Ali, but I like this crew in lane 5 from Don Rowing Club. They posted a very fast time, 6:19 yesterday, and they'll be one of the crews to watch in this race.
Absolutely, and these guys have a lot of work ahead of them. As under 17 athletes, they are still really learning how to row, how to race. And in sculling, particularly in a quad, they really have to think about steering, keeping the boat straight, having their bowman check over his shoulder.
There you can see on the far side, the Ridley Grad Cruise Saratoga in lane 6, and in lane 5, the Dawn Rowing Club. Now we can see Henley on the right of our screen. The Henley crew in lane 4. Good shot of the 4 boats on the far side of the course.
Now announcing the results for event 12, the final for unit event top 4. Winner of the Henley Gold and the WA Award Trophy. PRI.
It's a 900 meter mark. Nope. I see 2 pylons. We've passed the 1,000 meter mark then.
Yeah, these guys are into that third 500. Hopefully, as we get closer to the 1,500 meter mark, we'll be able to see who's really taking a commanding lead and where this race is going.
I won't talk about it. And so we've been like struggling.
Looks like Saratoga. Saratoga is, as we come up to the 1,500 meter mark, Saratoga leading the race. Lane 6 and Dawn Rowing Club in lane. Wow.
Really close.
Oh,
I would say too
gosh.
close to tell. Dawn and Saratoga are really starting to exchange leads.
With Ridley Grad passing the 1,500 meter mark in 3rd place. So this will be a hard-fought 500.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's where things will get really exciting. Looks like the tailwind has picked up a little bit from earlier in the day. These guys are going to have to be really thinking about being quick off the catch, quick on their feet.
This is exciting. Now those 2 boats, there isn't much between them at all, and they're coming into the last 15 strokes now.
And this is the end of, getting close to the end of the first day of finals. Those grandstands are probably going to start to fill up pretty quickly. These guys will have a lot of energy cheering them on as they come into the last couple of strokes. Who is going to take it in the under 17 men's quad? I'd say Dawn's, but
I think
hard
the
to tell.
athletes in the Dawn Rowing
Saratoga
Club
was
is,
also
putting up their hands. I think they've won it. And there's the unofficial result: Dawn Rowing Club over Saratoga by less than a second, Ollie. NorCal in 3rd.
Ridley Grad coming through in that 4th place spot. Hanlon, then Bell and Jesuit. Great racing. You can still see the girls from Calgary celebrating their win down there on the docks. And the young men from Dawn's.
Dawn Rowing Club has always been a very strong sculling club, and they continue here with this great finish.
It's a great body of water in Mississauga that they train on, pretty much flat water every day, protected on kind of both sides.
The Credit River.
Yeah.
A good shot of our safety boat volunteers. They're all over it. They watch the athletes after every race and make sure that there's nobody in distress.
Yeah, especially on a hot day like today, and the guys, they might take one water bottle and they're sharing it amongst themselves, but it's good to see that everybody's upright and smiling when they cross the finish line.
There we have a shot of the next race, the U19 women's single in the starting gates. Still 2 minutes away from the official start time. In lane 1, we have Albany. In lane 2, Ellie, you have to correct me when I get this wrong. In lane 2, we have Albany. In lane 3, we have St. Catharines. Lane 4, we have
Narragansett.
did I say that?
I believe so.
Narragansett. Knowlton in lane 5, Argentina in lane 6, and Narragansett in lane 7.
Last year's winner of this event was from Long Island Rowing, Lauren Sanchez, in a time of 8:30.99. She won from lane 2, so she would have been on the outside.
Yes, this St. Catharines course is an 8-lane course, but it's traditional. We had 6 athletes in the finals, so they sometimes use all 8 lanes in heats, but and then we're off.
Pretty sharp-looking start from Margaret Pfeiffer from Albany. Margaret's going to be rowing for Cornell next year.
And this is another event, like the junior men's single. The junior women's single here, the under-19 women's single, had 77 entries. And these are the top 6 of the 77 that raced Tuesday morning.
There's some big names, even in terms of junior rowing, these girls have already had some pretty exciting careers. As I said, Margaret Pfeiffer from Albany, she'll be rowing for Cornell next year. You've got St. Catharines athlete Grace Humphrey. She raced this year at Canamex. She won the 63-kilogram single at CSSRA this year. She also came 3rd in the junior women's double at Stotesbury. Narragansett rower Camille Vandermeer used to be a former elite soccer player. She turned into a rower following in the footsteps of her mom, who also rowed for Cornell. We've got Knowlton rower Anna Bernat. She raced for Quebec at the Canada Summer Games this past summer in the double. Narragansett rower Kathleen Dolan. She's had an exciting summer. She raced the U.S. Rowing Club Nationals, and in the U19 women's single, in her semifinal, there was a 3-way photo finish with all 3 boats finishing within .398 seconds of one another. She went on to finish 4th.
Well, the fastest sculler coming out of the semifinals is Camille from Narragansett in lane 4. So we'll be watching her. But this is a race that that any one of these scullers could really come through it.
For event 13, the final for senior women's 8. Winner of
It's a good shot of the pole and our pylon there, Ellie.
You can see some of our local spiders.
Calgary. Congratulations, Calgary, winning time of 6:18.97.
These women will be racing for the Alex Wilson Trophy. Alex Wilson began as a St. Catharines Rowing Club athlete and later began a very successful career as a coach of both high school and club crews that would span over 50 years. In 1960, Alex coached the Canadian 4 at the Rome Olympics. He continued rowing as a masters athlete well into his 70s.
This is a nice wide shot of the race, Ali, but impossible to tell. Oh, this is a nicer shot, a little more clear. And I might say Argentina.
Yeah, Argentina really having a great regatta so far at the Royal Canadian Henley. As we approach that 1,500-meter pylon, 500 meters left to go in the race, these girls are really closing in.
See the choppiness.
What we're watching from the 1,500-meter pylon.
Oh,
again.
crossing the 1,000 now.
Yes, we can tell the athletes are coming by the island because the cheering can be heard through the window again.
Yeah, these girls are out there by themselves in their boat, but on land they've got tons of teammates and tons of fans who are probably just going crazy.
We really haven't had an opportunity to see this race perpendicular to how they're doing, but I think the Argentina sculler in lane 6 may be leading the field right now.
Yep, things have definitely started to separate. It's hard to see who's really leading, but there's definitely a pretty wide margin happening here.
It's a lot closer than I thought, Alan. You can see the Argentina's ahead, but by less than a deck.
And it looks like, was it Narragansett in lane 4, pretty close on her heels.
And that'll be a great race.
All 6 of these girls giving really fantastic performances. This probably culminates a whole summer worth of training, and many of them would have raced probably on the high school circuit all through the spring as well.
You can see the Argentina sculler has taken the rate up, really pushing towards the finish now that they're in the last 250.
She certainly knows the finish line is in sight, probably building off some of the earlier successes of her Team Argentina teammates. Argentina is certainly a crew that we see year after year here at Royal Canadian Henley Regatta.
Wow.
Wow.
I don't think we can call that one. That's another one they're going to look at the film a couple times before they make a decision.
You can even see both athletes, they're exhausted. Nobody's really celebrating that win. Narragansett unofficially by .72 over Argentina.
Knowlton third. And as the last few just finish across the line now. Narragansett fourth, St. Catharines fifth, and the Albany sixth.
Certainly fast conditions today here at on Martindale Pond. So Camille Vandermeer, unofficially, it looks like, with the fastest time out of the semis and into the final.
Well, Ali, this afternoon's quickly coming to a close. We have 4 races left. The next race at 5:30 is the senior men's lightweight straight 4. And they're about 2 minutes away from the start. They're all in the starting gates now. But we're still looking at our scullers from the last winner of the U19 women's single.
I have a real soft spot for the senior lightweight men's straight 4. I think lightweight men's sweep events historically have been really close races. As you said, all these athletes would have had to weigh in this morning. We've got UVic, TBC, UWO, Westside, Ottawa, and Edmonton.
It's coming out of the heats. There were 2 heats to make the finals here, Ali, and the UWO crew posted a very fast time, 6:15 in the heat.
A lot of those guys, again, were part of a pretty dominant crew from 2016, and probably are looking to build off of their successes last year. Now, last year, the winner of this event was Mercantile, which is an international crew from Australia. Great shot of the Energy. That looks like the CRI tent on the island. Almost a festival atmosphere on Henley Island there.
And there we are back at the starting gates. I see the athletes squaring their blades. They're probably getting their last instructions. Reaching out for that first stroke. Beautiful water up there, Ellie.
Definitely makes it easier for that bow person to get a nice straight course, make sure they have the best possible opportunity to get a jump on that start.
I see the umpire boat ready to jump in behind this race. You know, these straight 4s are so fast sometimes they can go off course. And often they need the umpire boats right in behind the race as soon as they can to make sure they get their steering instructions.
Keep them in their own lane, that's right.
Nice start, nice fair start.
These guys will really crank that rate off the start, hitting well over 40 strokes a minute, I'm sure. They'll be racing for the Fred Carter Memorial Trophy. Fred was a longtime treasurer for the Canadian Association of Amateur Oarsmen.
Well, we see this long shot from our camera down the course.
This is probably the same view that their coaches and teammates will have when they're standing on the island, trying to watch and see how this race is unfolding.
There's Ellie, there looks like a crew is going off course there. Lane 3 course, the Lane 3 crew just went off course, had a couple bad strokes, and now the umpire boat is right behind them. Give them instructions. They don't want any interference with other crews.
And those umpire boats, each boat really takes care of 3 lanes at a time, so they can get from one side to the other quite quickly.
There you can see the Ottawa crew and the Edmonton crew in lanes 6 and 7. And just just off the screen is the West Side Development crew. They've done well at local regattas this summer, being from Buffalo, just across the border. We've seen them quite a bit here in the Niagara Peninsula's race circuit.
And they host a fantastic invitational regatta in July as well, one of my favorite regattas.
But I'd say, as I see the oars from the UWO crew, it might be University of Western Ontario leading this race. Rowing very strong.
All four of those boats, great contact with one another. That bow person will be really looking across, trying to see and establish their position as they go into that last 500-meter stretch. I think you're right. It looks like UWO with Ottawa going very quickly up on lane 6 there.
That's a nice race, Allie. That's a really nice race. And this will go all the way down. These guys won't give up easily. But right now it's Western. UWO coming up to 1,500-meter mark.
Really rowing
Open
well
water,
together.
actually. Open
Yep.
water.
Really looking very strong.
And West Side, second, Ottawa, less than a deck behind, in third right now.
A close race for second place. And it looks like UVic and Edmonton kind of exchanging places back there.
There you see West Side, Ottawa. And now you see the UWO boat just coming into the screen from the right side of the screen.
And stroke seat at that UWO 4.
And for their crewmates.
Until end of day Sunday, then they can be great beds again.
Yes, I'm sure when they get back to the dock, they'll be shaking hands. They appreciate the other crews in the race that push them hard. It makes the winning that much more valuable, meaningful. Ottawa's doing a nice job pushing through, making a really
Good race.
good race out of it.
Those UWO guys definitely coming back, not winning it last year. Looks like unofficially they're going to take the win this year, and they're really celebrating that one.
Ottawa second, West Side third. Could have been UVic, TBC in Edmonton.
Unofficially, UWO winning with 6 minutes, 10 seconds. Ottawa close behind, 6:12. West Side, 6:14. UVic, 6:21.
Exhausted, there they are, just exhausted.
Like so many athletes this week, this will not be their only event. They'll be racing in pairs and doubles.
The other, we're a little over we're 2 minutes from the next race, Ali, which is the senior men's pair. Just getting in the starting gates now.
I think this is another real highlight of Thursday racing. There's some deep, deep competition in this event this year.
Yes. Yes, and on the screen, of course, we're still seeing the lightweight fours, but in the next race up at the start, in lane 2, it'll be California, in lane 3, Leander, in lane 4, Henderson, in lane 5, Henderson from Boston, in lane 6, Edinburgh, and in lane 7, Leander.
Yeah, the Henderson Development Camp, they're based in Boston at the Northeastern Boathouse, and they're really promoting the development of under-23 athletes. It looks like actually most of those guys raced for Northeastern, one of them racing for BU during the school season. We also have representation from Leander, Hunter Amesbury, and Luke Gadsden. They both started rowing as juniors at Leander. They went on to compete for Canada at FISU in 2016 in the men's straight 4. And then this past summer as well at the 2017 Canada Summer Games. The other Leander pair, Logan Medill and Carl Zimmerman. Logan raced with Hunter and Luke at FISU in 2016. Carl, of course, winning the under-23 World Championships in the men's quad in 2015. Both of those guys during this year will represent McMaster University. We've got some international representation from Edinburgh. Kieran Tierney, who actually began as a coxswain. He first represented Canada at the 2012 Junior World Championships, then the 2014 Commonwealth Regatta. And Kieran and Callum were part of a crew that won the Prince Albert Challenge Cup at Henley Royal in 2016. Callum came second in the men's 8 at the 2016 World Rowing Championships for Great Britain.
Ali, remember to turn your phone off when you're doing announcing.
I'll stay on it, Mike. I'm just too popular.
A shot of the people on the island. There's a close-up, and there we are back at the start.
I think we saw some pretty choice Canadian Henley fashion there with a big sombrero.
And they're off. Nice start.
These are some big guys. These are real heavy hitters in rowing.
And you could see there, just in the last part of that last shot, the umpire boats jumping in right behind the races again. And these pairs, these pairs can go off course fairly easily. If one athlete has a bad stroke, the other will outpull them, and then the boat can quickly go into another lane. But they've all had a good start, and they're well on their way.
And these guys are racing for the William Hamilton Merritt Trophy. William Hamilton Merritt was a very influential figure in the history of the Niagara region. He was on patrol as a serviceman during the War of 1812 and came up with the idea of a canal that would bypass Niagara Falls and link Lake Ontario with Lake Erie. In 1824, the Welland Canal Company was formed with Merritt as the financial agent. The first route of the canal began in Port Dalhousie using the exact same body of water that the Canadian Henley course has used since 1903. All these guys really racing hard. They would have raced heats on Tuesday, straight to the finals today. You can see the California pair there, and Luke and Hunter representing Leander just beside them. In baby blue, you've got Edinburgh really looking strong.
The Edinburgh crew actually had the fastest time, Ali, in the heats from Tuesday. They won their heat.
I believe they're known as the Baby Blue Army, from coming out of Edinburgh in Scotland. But not giving up on the outside, Carl and Logan from
That's coming up to the 1,000-meter mark here, Elliot. Really nice race.
Wow, what a tight race
Wow.
right across.
There's 5 crews there. They look like 5 crews.
I'd say it's bow ball to bow ball, at least 4 crews across.
That's exciting.
This is an exciting race for sure.
And this is the third 5, just 2 guys rowing together. This is a hard part of the race.
And not one crew is backing off from this. This is going to be a dogfight right to the end.
This is a really tight race.
This is a big deal for Leander Boat Club in Hamilton, having 2 senior men's pairs, and now Luke and Hunter are under 23 athletes. And they're keeping up here. Really important to keep things really moving well, rowing clean. One bad stroke here could really cost them quite a few meters.
This is exciting. This is very, very exciting.
Last year's winner was from Nyack, New York Athletic Club.
We should be able to see across the course at the 1,500-meter pile on Ali, but I might say it's still Leander on the far side of the course.
And conditions are still dead flat. Great racing for pairs today.
Not quite a length, maybe 3/4 of a length.
If that, I'd say maybe they've got a half a boat over Henderson
One
Development.
of the Henderson Development crews, yes.
Unbelievable racing in this event.
I think the Edinburgh crew is third going through the 1,500-meter mark.
Here we go. A really exciting finish for the fans in the grandstand today. You can see Leander out on the outside, really bringing the rate up. I've spent some time rowing with many of the guys in this event, and I'm sure not one guy wants it more than the other. They are really fighting here.
Yes, I think, Ali, that outside crew from Leander is still leading this race, but
A phenomenal
being
performance.
pushed. They're going to be pushed right down to the finish line.
And coming out of lane 7, that's fantastic. They're probably both taking a peek over their shoulder to see where their competition is here. And here we go, closing in on the finish line. Oh, we missed it there, but I think it was pretty close.
There we have an official result, Ali.
Phenomenal finish for Leander, 2.5 seconds over Henderson Development.
Logan and Carl on the lane 7 side of the course.
Yeah, Medill and Zimmerman.
Henderson unofficially second, Edinburgh unofficially third, Henderson, the other Henderson crew, Leander, and then California rounding out the field.
Great representation by both Leander and Henderson Development. That's fantastic to see both boats having, both crews having 2 boats in the final.
Yes, yes. There's your winners, a shot of your winners over there. I'm sure dog tired now.
Racing in a boat named after the Oldham brothers, Alan and Aubrey, both huge figureheads for the Leander Boat Club, and both represented Canada twins at the Under-23 World Championships.
I think that's 2 races now for Leander today, isn't it?
Absolutely, and all athletes who represented not only Leander, but McMaster University.
Take four, take four, take four.
And there you can see, Ali, the flags at the grandstand, not much breeze down
Not
there.
much of a breeze at all. It's probably nice for the spectators to be sitting in the shade because I bet it's pretty hot out there. Henley Island is packed. You've got trailers stretching all the way to the end of the island here. Interesting that you mentioned that Leander has now won 2 events today. A lot of clubs here will be racing for the Efficiency Points Trophy as well. In the gates, we have the under 23 lightweight women's 8. It's typically a straight final, but this year we see there's only 2 boats. We've got Saratoga in lane 4 and St. Catharines in lane 5.
Yeah, this should start any time now. It's coming up to 5:50 now, and the regatta seems like it's exactly on time.
I think that just goes to show we've got a fantastic group of umpires and volunteers, from medical to getting the crews on the water on time, all the way up to the starters who are umpires, keeping this thing running on time. It's impressive. Now, St. Catharines typically has a presence in both the under 23 and senior lightweight women's 8. Saratoga Rowing Association, founded by Chris Chase in 1996. It's taken him less than 20 years to really grow that club to being a powerhouse in New York State.
And there we are. We're back to the lightweight women's 8 race, and they're off.
Last year's winner was Ottawa Rowing Club in a time of 7:04.
There they are. There's a good shot, a zoomed-in shot of the 2/8s coming down.
This is kind of exciting. They could probably treat this a little bit like Henley Row Regatta, where you've got 2 boats side by side. And these girls are racing for the Arthur Sims Memorial Trophy. Arthur Sims was a founding member of the Ecorse Rowing Club in Michigan. He took a very active role in running the club from its very beginning, which was 1939. The lightweight women's 8 is a big event for us in Ontario. We have the Ontario University Rowing Championships, and we have both a lightweight women's 8 event and a lightweight men's 8 event.
Memorial Trophy, UWO. Congratulations, Western, first place with a time of 6:10:11. Second place, Ottawa. Third place, Westside Development. Fourth, UVic. Fifth, TDC, and sixth, Edmonton. Congratulations.
We can see St. Catharines very clearly. Saratoga blades just coming into view now.
That might be a good race, Allie. It's
I
hard to
think
tell
so.
from this angle, but it looks like both those crews are going stroke for stroke here.
This is fantastic. In a two-boat race, this is exactly what you kind of hope for. Side by side, both boats feeding off one another. Still a tight race.
It might be Saratoga just ahead.
I'd say Saratoga by, maybe a little more.
No? Yeah, here we are at the 1,000-meter mark. Half boat,
Half boat.
but it's only half over.
In the eights, it really comes down to the race plan. They can throw the kitchen sink at it for the first 1,000 meters, but if your competition's kind of been saving it and they turn the jets on after the 1,000, it could be all over.
And the training shows always in the third five.
Absolutely. St. Catharines practicing here obviously every single day. Saratoga also rowing on a fantastic body of water, and they host one of my favorite regattas of the year, the Head of the Fish Regatta.
And while they're looking good here today, Allie. They seem to be up on the St. Catharines crew and rowing very strong.
Definitely composed. Looks like they're swinging well together. Hands are moving together. St. Catharines not backing down. Still have a little bit of contact on that crew from Saratoga.
Here we are going past the 1,500 meters. With a boat length lead.
500 to go. If there's one thing I've learned, though, again, anything can happen. We saw it at the Under-23 World Rowing Championships. You know, one crew takes one bad stroke or something happens, and all of a sudden, you can go from second to first.
There they are, Allie, coming into the last 250. The red buoys clearly shown here.
I think that's pretty impressive rowing from Saratoga. That looks really clean, really sharp, very strong.
And I understand there's 4 juniors in this Saratoga boat, Allie. 4 of the girls are under 19 age and have been brought up to row in the senior lightweight division.
And what a great experience for them. St. Catharines still moving very well. They're not going to let Saratoga just walk away with the win. They're going to fight for it.
Nice timing. It's beautiful rowing to watch, Allie. As they come in the last few strokes at Saratoga.
I think they've just maintained that one boat lead. St. Catharines didn't give them any more in that last 500. They absolutely went for it.
And here we can see a little bit of a headwind, Allie. from the flags.
Interesting how the wind has just changed just slightly. Of course, just in time for our under 17 women's 8, which will be coming down in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes, it's the last race of the day, the 6 o'clock race, the under 17 women's 8. In lane 2 is West Side, lane 3 CRI, lane 4 Ridley Grad, lane 5 Saratoga, lane 6 TBC, and lane 7 another Saratoga crew.
Again, a lot of really great performances from Saratoga over the last couple of years, but exciting to see they had an 8 in the under 23 lightweight women's 8 and 2 8s in the under 17 women's 8.
There were 18 crews that started this race on Tuesday in the heats, and top 2 to the final.
Even for these athletes, the simplest things are, it's a first-time experience. So learning how to back into the starting gates, you know, memorizing what your start sequence might be. Looks like they've had absolutely no trouble getting into the gates today.
Here we have a shot, all the 8s, the under 17 women's 8s in the starting gates. Just getting ready. I see they have their blades square. Oh, just reaching out.
A little high five, oh, a little tap from West Side.
Making sure the boat's exactly straight before they start.
Last year's winner was Saratoga in 6 minutes, 27 seconds.
Great shot in the middle of the course.
Conditions still look good. Saratoga arriving at the dock to receive their medals.
This last race will be starting anytime. But right now we're watching, there it is. So with these young women, I mean, there's a few fast times out there. TBC was first in their heat, but West Side over in lane 2 was less than a second behind in the heat. And so I think this will be an interesting race. These young girls, probably a lot of them first year at Henley.
Yeah, it's exciting to think that in a couple of years, you know, some of the girls that raced in these crews here today could be, you know, Olympians, they could be world champions, and this is just the beginning for them. These girls are racing for the Algoma Central Corporation trophy. And the Algoma Central Corporation operates a number of shipping and marine industries in the Great Lakes, but their headquarters are here in St. Catharines.
And there we are.
There they are.
It's a very wide angle, Ali. This looks like from our 1,500 meter mark, or maybe even from the grandstand view, looking way up the course.
Big representation of course, the American kind of powerhouse sweep clubs here. But Ridley grad coming in for the sole Canadian boat.
Yes, Ridley Grad has a lot of athletes rowing this year in the summer. Seems to be a very big club. And they're over there in lane 4. They're going to be the third from the right, just on the left side of the screen right now. Right in the center of the screen, we can see the West Side crew in lane 2. Of course, there's no crews in lane 1 in the finals right now. Right beside them is the CRI crew in red boat, red uniforms. And it looks like it could be a great race.
And CRI over the years has had a number of successful crews.
They're probably just going past the first 500 now. And I quite like the way the West Side crew is rowing, putting in the nice catches. And there's the other side of the field. On the other side of the course, TBC in lane 6, and on the far side, Saratoga.
Yeah,
in white boat.
TBC in the middle of kind of a Saratoga sandwich there.
Water's still beautifully flat. We've had a great afternoon of racing.
You really can't
Molly.
ask for much more than this.
Just coming into the screen is the other Saratoga boat on the right-hand side. They'd be in lane 5. But I'd say Thompson would be out on, TBC would be out on the 2 Saratoga boats.
Yeah, rowing well in lane 6. Definitely pushing off kind of their competitors on either side.
Ridley Grad boat coming into the screen now on the right-hand side. Looks like they're going past 1,000.
Closing in on that stretch of the island, we can start to hear the cheers outside.
You can see the CRI crew in lane 3 in the red boat. And there we can just see the West Side crew. We were kind of wondering how they were going to be doing, and I think they're certainly in the race over here in lane 2.
Absolutely. If you listen closely, you can start to hear the toga, toga.
I think there's 3 crews up there right now.
Definitely a competitive event today in the under-17 women's 8.
As they come towards the 1,500-meter pylon, TBC and West Side. And we're going to see, oh, it's TBC out. Yes.
Looking really, really
yes,
sharp.
by a length. By a full length. West Side second.
West Side's catch is looking great.
A great experience for a lot of young women.
CRI and Ridley really going back and forth there
Yes.
as well.
Wide on, wide.
They're not giving up an inch.
I have no response. I have no response on
Try to say that. Try to say that.
Quite a few spectator boats following this last race down too, Allie.
Absolutely. It's probably
Everybody,
exciting for them too.
Yes. I'm sure the fans in the grandstand who see this race as we are now on the screen, not really sure who's in front, but have a good judge. It's hard to judge the angle from the grandstand.
It is tricky. You kind of find yourself counting the buoys, seeing how many, one crew's got left to go versus another one. But I think it's really awesome to see these under 17 women's eights coming down as the last event of the day. It's really what this regatta is about.
And we've seen some good finishes. Crews come up and catch up and really make a race of it in the last 500 meters. So as we approach the finish line, this will be exciting.
TBC still looking pretty dominant out there. And there they
Yeah.
go, but a close race
Great
coming in
race
for
for second.
second. I would say that's Saratoga and then West Side.
Yeah. Possibly Ridley.
Yeah, Ridley and CRI
Just
and
ahead
the
of
Red Boat.
CRI. And Saratoga on the far side. And there you have the unofficial results. TBC, comfortably. Saratoga West Side. So this has been a great afternoon of
I
racing.
would agree. I mean, those under 17 women even possibly pushing the time of that under 23 lightweight women's eight. So really competitive event. Those girls should be really proud of themselves.
Well, Elliot, it's been a great afternoon of racing. I think we're going to wrap this up pretty soon.
Absolutely, and we'll be back tomorrow for the next round of finals on Friday.
Hope all the people at home can follow again in and watch the exciting racing tomorrow. Hopefully the conditions will be just as nice.
I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Actually, they come
Add
one.
input.
No, they.
See,
Yeah.
okay, it's going. There it is. Oh, there's still a good delay.
Just popped on my hand.
My hand, what?
Oh yeah, so.
Yeah. Your hand just showed up.
It's like not going through. It's getting all stuff.
I don't know.
And then
We got audio too.
Mhm.
Yeah, but we wouldn't need your audio. 'Cause over here.
Yeah, bzzz, if you want to hear that.
it just says like, oh, try again.
Yeah. So I guess there's just a delay and like it messes up sometimes, and that'll just be how it is. Which sucks. Hopefully the people watching think, oh, it's just my internet.
Yeah, that's it.
Alright, I'll shut it down then. Actually, let's just stop the live stream.